saying that you may have an additional card of data to downlink. Do you know if there is one or not?
Yes, I did add that. It was serial number 15, and I can check on that PCD as well and let you know.
Excellent. Thank you. Looking ahead for timeline at MET 1955 and 1945, we have two overlapping activities for Victor's 4K video and Christina's D5 camera urine vent that call for both of you to use the same camera lens. So we're sorry for not catching that conflict. You can either hand the lens off in real time, or if it's not practical, it's okay for Victor to use the 35mm lens instead.
Okay, we are good on that.
Great, and we see the flag. Thank you for pulling that out. Reed, can you please tell us what time you took the historical photos for saliva collection this morning?
We are going to have to do that at a later time, Stan.
Roger. Next, a favor for the prop console when you're ready to copy numbers.
Okay, we're ready.
All right, we have 12 quid command states that don't match between MCC and onboard, and we'd like you to check on cautionwarning.util for quids number 2214 through 2226. So that's 2214 through 2226, but not 2222. We expect all 12 of those to be inhibited. If they are that way, you can just say they're all inhibited. You don't have to call them down individually.
Okay, you want all the quids between 2214 and 2226, excluding 2222, to be inhibited. And we're just going to report their current state.
Yes, please. That's a good readback. Getting near the end here, did you dispense any water from the secondary line yesterday about this time? We saw about 350 mils come out of the tank.
We did. We thought we were being good stewards of balancing our water tanks, and then we read the daily summary and put it back.
Roger, no problem. And lastly, can you please give us a reading for the side hatch pressure gauge?
Okay, it is just over 2,000.
Copy, just over 2,000. Thank you. That is all we had for you. What do you have for us?
Got some AGA readings, CO2 2.3, O2 27, temperature 76, and the pressure is 10.45. For Avatar, all of it is lit except for number 14 on the second row. And then D5, just in case you've got any ideas, a couple of times yesterday when recording exercise, we know for sure we started the recordings and the camera was not bumped, but it stopped recording around the 4-minute mark in 2 occasions, and we're not really sure why. The battery didn't die. If anyone's got any troubleshooting tips, we'll take them.
Copy AGA, Avatar, and mysterious D5 behavior. We'll go look into that.
Okay, and just 2 more things for you. The permanent comm loss message you sent up today. Really like that. That's excellent. Really useful. Great job on that. And it was really fun to see the team photos in the daily summary. That just lit us up, and we're looking forward to seeing Orbit 1 and 2 photos tomorrow, I hope.
Roger that. Thanks for those words.
You guys are a sharp-looking bunch. All right, we're ready to get after it.
Please do. We will be watching and waiting to help.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're looking at a live view inside the Orion spacecraft of our crew on the Artemis 2 mission. Now a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 19 hours, and 30 minutes. The crew woke up at 10:30 a.m. Central Time today, just completed their post-sleep period and their DPC, their daily planning conference. Heard a lot of communication from the ground. That's Capcom Stan Love here in Houston speaking with the crew. One of the items you heard them mention and eventually got to see was the Apollo 18 flag. This is the American flag that would have been planted on the moon during Apollo 18 should the mission have been occurred. This was included in the official flight kit, and we have just gotten to see that flag, and we hope we get to see it a little bit more throughout the day today. You also heard the crew call out some AGA readings. That's Anomaly Gas Analyzer. It's our first time flying humans on this spacecraft, so we are learning all about how the environmental control and life support system works. You also heard one of those readings was that it is 76 degrees in the Orion spacecraft.
Houston, integrity for answers and one question.
We're listening.
Yes, sir. The additional flyby photos from serial number 015 are on PCD 3. All of our PCDs were full, but we managed to get them on there, and we will start to delete some of the folders that are marked downlinked to make more room for some more great photos. Not from the flyby. I think we're done with that. On your quiz, all of the ones you gave me were inhibited. To repeat, that was 2214 through 2226, not including 2222. And third question for you, I see that I have the toilet acoustic questionnaire today. I completed that activity on my timeline yesterday and left a crew note. Let me know if you're not seeing it. Thank you.
Copy all, and we're looking for your crew note. Thanks, Christina. And Christina, did you find a location for the opportunistic observations?
Still gonna look for that. I gotta get these two. I won't forget. Maybe.
Roger. Don't worry, science won't forget.
This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Orion is now 195,549 miles away from Earth. The crew aboard Orion getting set up for the day, taking some pictures and checking off some items on the list that was called during their daily planning conference. Again, taking a look at the crew's timeline for today, they will get the chance to exercise. Our crew members are required to exercise 30 minutes a day when aboard Orion. This helps keep their bones and muscles strong while in the microgravity environment. Additionally, they will conduct the orthostatic intolerance garment testing demonstration. That is, all 4 crew members will take turns testing and evaluating this garment, and it's worn under the OX suit, the Orion Crew Survival System suit, those orange suits that you saw the crew wear during launch and during the demo just a few days ago. Those orthostatic intolerance garments help maintain astronaut blood pressure and circulation during their transition back to Earth's gravity. After an extended time in microgravity, some astronauts experience orthostatic intolerance. This is a condition that can make it difficult to stand upright without some dizziness. So this orthostatic intolerance garment applies a lower body compression to counteract this effect and help support a safe return. We are targeting that safe return now in 2 days, 5 hours, and 53 minutes.
Integrity Houston, follow-up question for the D5 issue that you reported.
Go with the question.
So we understand that at least twice you set up recording which stopped on its own at 4 minutes. We are scratching our heads about that. Did you ever get a recording that lasted longer than that?
We do think that we have at least 2 sessions that were successful for the entire exercise session duration, and then at least 2 that were between 3 and 4 minutes long.
And Victor, did you get full-length recordings after the 4-minute stops that you reported? Or which happened first, I guess, is what we want to know.
They were interleaved. When I was completed with my session, when I noticed that my recording was only 3 minutes 18 seconds or whatever, and so I didn't try anything else. I deconfigured and moved on, and then someone else did a session and was able to get a full length, and then another session happened that was between 3 and 4 minutes. So not sure, but they've all been on the same D5, the one that's currently configured with the wide-angle lens, the short D5.
All right, Victor, we're going to have to think about that for a while. In the meantime, we'd like to ask you to use the other D5 for exercise recording.
Okay, Stan, we will do that.
Thank you.
Those communications coming from Capcom Stan Love. The Capcom, or capsule communicator, is the only person in the room that speaks with the crew. That allows them to receive streamlined and gathered information from all flight control members. Those questions that you heard from Capcom Stan Love were in response to something reported by the crew during their daily planning conference, which was when they were setting up their cameras to record an exercise session. It only recorded about 4 minutes, and they're trying to piece together why it might have cut off early. As this is a test flight, the first flight of humans aboard this spacecraft, we are looking to gather data in all ways, and that includes watching how the crew members exercise on this spacecraft. Speaking of exercise, Commander Reed Wiseman is slated to exercise first today. For this mission, the crew has the flywheel device. It's very small and installed directly below the side hatch that the astronauts use to enter and exit Orion. This flywheel is a very simple cable-based device, and they can use it for aerobic exercises like
Houston, integrity for photo location and DFTO question.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Those photos are on PCD1, and my apologies, I totally spaced that. They are there now, though. And secondly, for Jeremy and my CCU dump filming activity, we have the sun directly out of window 3 right now and window 1. The view that had looked great for imaging the event is now completely washed out. I checked to see, it looks like we're not in a maneuver. So any thoughts on how we can best knock this out?
Checking.
And correction, it's windows 3 and 4, not 3 and 1.
Christina, we're talking about it. All right, Christina, we've confirmed that the vehicle is in the right attitude. The saw view is exactly what we expected. I guess crew discretion for choosing the best window for videography from inside. And integrity, a reminder for the urine vent, the vehicle is going to maneuver out of the attitude for that event in 12 minutes. And Christina, one more thing for the urine vent. The crew imagery is considered a nice to have, so if you cannot get good pictures, don't worry about it. The primary view is from the saw.
Okay, great. And we, as you know, in this mission, we're doing these dumps all the time. We see great views of them when the sun isn't here, so we can also just grab you one any old time, another time on our own. So we'll plan to do that, and we'll get one now as best we can.
Thanks, Christina. That's excellent.
That's NASA astronaut Christina Cook calling down to Capcom Stan Love here in Artemis Mission Control in Houston. One of the tasks for today was to take some photos of the wastewater venting, and Christina reporting that the solar or the angle of the spacecraft was making that a little more difficult based on the location of the sun. The team's here letting them know that the SAW or the solar array wings will be primed to capture that footage.
Houston, the vent will be starting in about 20 seconds.
Roger.
Houston integrity, the CUD valve is closed. We have a good view out the windows. Our crew camera view is only so-so, and I'm waiting on your go. I will stop recording.
Roger. And the SAW view is breathtaking.
We love a good blizzard.
The less said about the snow, the better. And integrity, we're ready to stop recording.
Okay, and Houston, recording ended. However, unfortunately, I think I might have made it go away because it wouldn't end the recording by pressing the record button. So I changed the live view button back to camera to stop it, and it looks like it didn't record it. I will get you a good recording of a future dump when we don't have this sunlight It'll be better anyway.
Christina, no worries, and we like your forward plan.
Thank you.
This view coming to you live from outside the Orion spacecraft, now 195,000 miles away from home. The spacecraft is traveling 1,929 miles per hour on their way back to planet Earth. Again, targeting splashdown in 2 days, 5 hours, and 38 minutes.
Houston, Integrity, we are waving at you out of window 2. It's a beautiful blue little crescent out there.
Thank you. We can't quite make you out, but we appreciate the thought.
We're working on changing that. Thank you, Stan. And while I have you, can we do another jump just for purposes?
Yes, you may.
At this time.
Please do.
Thank you, sir.
That was NASA astronaut Christina Cook reporting to Capcom Stan Love and all of us here on the Earth that outside the windows of Orion, she can see us right now. Of course, this is a view looking back on the spacecraft from a camera mounted on one of its solar array wings. We've been getting beautiful views of both the moon and the Earth, as well as incredible views of life inside the spacecraft. You can find all of those on images.nasa.gov, and make sure you follow NASA and at NASA Artemis on social media to make sure you don't miss a thing. What you see coming off the spacecraft right now is a urine vent dump. The astronauts are able to clear this out as needed with permissions from the ground.
integrity, ready for the 4K downlink test.
All right, Victor, you are okay to set it up. We're checking on how long it'll take to gain Opcom.
Okay, it's all set up, and just call me when you're ready for me to start the stream.
Wilco.
And also, just so you know, we don't have the Bogan arm since it's being used. I've just got the camera stationary, and it's the 35 millimeter lens, so it's going to look quite different. And we can get it set up more stable before the PAO event.
Roger, that's a good config.
You just heard some communications between teams here on the ground and the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft, visible on your screen from a camera on one of the spacecraft's solar arrays about the Opcom system. This will enable Orion to send back video and high-resolution images using an infrared light rather than traditional radio waves to send data to and from space.
Houston integrity for DFTO movies.
Go ahead.
Yes, wanted to let you know both videos actually did record, and the second video has a star, something stealing the show, which is Crescent Earth coming in from the right side. You all, guess, will enjoy that. I won't be putting them in images for downlink, so we'll see them on the ground.
Excellent, thank you.
We continue to get great descriptions from the astronauts aboard the Orion spacecraft of the Earth as they continue their journey home. We are now 194,634 miles away.
Integrity Houston for Victor, you can start the 4K stream.
In this view, you can see the solar arrays aboard Orion are moving. That is a command sent by the teams here on the ground to park them ahead of exercise. Commander Reed Wiseman will be first up to exercise today, and parking these solar arrays makes sure they're in a safe position. That way, any movements that are imparted on the vehicle don't damage the arrays.
Houston Integrity, I have begun the stream. It's not a great view. We may shuffle around lenses and get you the wide angle if we can. I think we're going to be using that for exercise though, so let me know what you think of this video, and I'm ready for audio checks.
And Victor, your lens choice is fine. We appreciate that, and we'll let you know when the 4K is locked up.
Houston Integrity, one quick question for Reed's exercise.
Go ahead.
Man, Steve, we got so much going on. I feel like we're on the International Space Station right now. This is an awesome day here.
Hey, can you confirm this is my final exercise of the mission? It'll just help me with stowage management.
Reed, that's correct.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
And for what it's worth, today's exercise is the last exercise for all crew members. Starting tomorrow, we will not have the time.
As NASA astronaut and Commander Reed Wiseman gets into his scheduled exercise time for the day, calling down to check here with Houston that this is indeed his last exercise before he returns to Earth. Confirmation from the ground that this is everyone's last day for exercise, and that's because tomorrow the crew and flight control teams will begin preparing the cabin and studying entry procedures ahead of splashdown. At that time, the crew will be stowing equipment and installing their seats and making sure all items are secured for re-entry. Again, we are tracking splashdown in 2 days, 5 hours, and 18 minutes off the coast of California. You're looking at a live view of the Orion spacecraft, and specifically the European Service Module. That is the OMS engine, the Orbital Maneuvering System engine, the biggest bell-shaped thruster you see right there. And that is what powered us on the translunar injection burn on Flight Day 2, putting us on the trajectory that we are on now. We have completed our lunar flyby back on Flight Day 6 and are now headed toward our splashdown. Again, we don't have essentially a deorbit burn because that's what the translunar injection burn was. This is considered a free return trajectory using the Moon and Earth's gravity to bring us back home. Orion coming up now on 90,000 miles away from the Moon, 194,220 miles from Earth.
Propulsion integrity, confirm you are in a good config for me to start aerobic exercise.
We're ready for you to start exercise.
Commander Reed Wiseman aboard the Orion spacecraft calling down as he prepares to start his exercise. Again, we use the flywheel device aboard Orion, and since this is the first time we've flown humans on the spacecraft, it's a great test of the exercise device as well. Flywheel is small and allows them to perform either aerobic or resistive exercise, and slated today for Reed Wiseman is aerobic. He was calling to check that the solar arrays are in a good position before starting that exercise. And one of the first things we noticed when the crew began exercising earlier in the mission was that we can actually see some movement from the spacecraft during that routine.
the D5 that's downlinking the 4K video is set up. I'm thinking I might power off the microphone, transmitter, and receiver. Leave the video running, and you call me when you're ready. We're going to move on and start getting ready for the OIG DFTO.
Victor, that's a good plan. Integrity Houston for PCD 3.
And Stan, we're with you. Go ahead for PCD 3.
Victor, we saw that PCD drop off the network. We think it might have been unplugged. Could you please run the wireless script on that PCD?
That is in work, Stan.
Thank you.
You're looking at a live view inside Artemis Flight Control Room in Houston. You've got a suite of astronauts at the Capcom, or Capsule Communicator console. Seated and communicating with the crew is Stan Love. Standing is Tracy Caldwell Dyson, and next to her is Akihiko Hoshide. We're seeing that motion aboard the Orion spacecraft that we've come to expect whenever astronauts are exercising using the flywheel device. Checking in on Orion's distance, now 90,455 miles away from the moon and 193,678 miles from Earth. You can check in on this at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track Artemis. This is Artemis Mission Control in a live view outside the Orion spacecraft. Looking back on the spacecraft's service module, as you can see some movement on your screen, which has come to indicate that the crew is exercising inside. Specifically, that's Commander Reed Wiseman right now. Today is everyone's last opportunity to exercise before re-entry. Tomorrow, the day will be full of cabin configurations and re-entry preparation. Elsewhere in the spacecraft, pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Jeremy Hansen are conducting their orthostatic intolerance garment demonstration. They are taking measurements and trying on their orthostatic intolerance garment. This is worn under the OX suit, those orange Orion Crew Survival System suits that you saw at launch. These help astronauts maintain blood pressure and circulation during transition back to Earth's gravity. Again, we're targeting splashdown in about 2 days, 4 hours, and 51 minutes. If you're just joining us, we are live with a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 20 hours, and 46 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2. This is flight day 8. You're seeing a little bit of movement outside the Orion spacecraft. Again, Commander Reed Wiseman currently in his exercise period for the day. This is Artemis Mission Control, continuing to monitor the flight of Artemis 2, the first flight of astronauts aboard the Orion spacecraft. Our 4 astronauts, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, woke up at 10:35 a.m. Central Time today. Today's wake-up song was Under Pressure by Queen and David Bowie. The crew also received a message from the Canadian Space Agency. Yesterday was a little bit quieter for the crew following their lunar flyby on flight day 6. Yesterday, the astronauts participated in a ship-to-ship call with the crew aboard the International Space Station. They also discussed their lunar flyby observations with the science team. The rest of the day was mostly an off day and gave them an opportunity to rest. Today, the crew is back to their scheduled activities. Currently, Commander Reed Wiseman exercising aboard the spacecraft. That's why you see some motion there. Victor Glover and Jeremy Hansen conducting their orthostatic intolerance garment fit checks. Each astronaut will have an opportunity to exercise today. We also have a couple of public affairs events. Later this evening at around 10 p.m. Central Time, the crew will get into the manual piloting demo. The other day, we saw them complete the first part of this demonstration when the crew members were able to fly Orion manually. Another 2 crew members will get that chance this evening. This is a test flight of the Orion spacecraft, our first flight of humans on this spacecraft, and therefore we want to fully understand how the vehicle handles in space ahead of future Artemis missions.
Houston, integrity for stowage.
Go ahead for stowage.
Yes, sir. A third Peltor SWAT TAC headset has been deployed to the cabin, and batteries have been swapped in 2 Peltors for a total of 4 AAA batteries.
Copy. Thanks for that report. And Christina, while we've got you, for your upcoming exercise, if you want to record that, we think that the problem with the D5's recording stopping at 4 minutes might be because the camera is overheating. If you turn the live view off, which turns off the back screen, we think the camera will stay cool. And to clarify, leave the screen off between recording.
Call. Some of us had suspected that. We will do that. Good news is this recording lasted the full time. We are also having overheating issues with the Nat Geo GoPro Max, and we've just been starting and stopping it and managing it as needed. But if you want to pass that on, no screens are on, so not sure there's a mitigation with that one. And for my exercise, I did have a successful recording yesterday, so I think I'll forego that.
And Christina, copy the Nat Geo overheating, and for recording, we are asking for recording of both resistive and aerobic exercise, so we would like you to record your session today.
Okay, and apologies, I hadn't seen it in my timeline, but I understand that that's because Reeves' timeline has a swapping. I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control, hearing those calls from NASA astronaut Christina Cook down to Capcom, or Capsule Communicator Stan Love, here in the flight control room. You heard Christina reporting out some batteries and stowage locations. Everything is precisely tracked aboard Orion. This helps the crew call down and ask where they might be able to find an item or where they should store it, so that everyone knows where to look when something is needed. Additionally, you heard Christina inquiring about whether she needed to film her exercise today. Because this is the first flight of crew aboard this spacecraft, we take everything as a data point. And with the ability to exercise both resistive and aerobic on the flywheel device, they're looking for as much data as possible from the crew members. So they're asking her to film her exercise today as well. NASA astronaut and commander of the spacecraft, Reed Wiseman, should be wrapping up his exercise soon, and Christina Cook will start hers.
Integrity Houston for Optical Comm.
Go ahead, Stan.
Okay, Reed, long story here. We are still not locked up on optical comm. We suspect solar array blockage. So between exercise sessions, between when you're done and Christina starts, we want to put a 25-degree roll on the vehicle, be about a 1-minute maneuver to an attitude where we think optical comm can see the ground terminal. Now, when we do that roll, we will have only one phased array antenna pointed at Canberra. So if that antenna fails, we'll lose comm, and a string swap will not recover it. So if we lose comm while we're in that attitude, you will have to maneuver the vehicle back to bias tail to sun, where a second antenna will be available. And I have a procedure number and some check MCC numbers when you're ready to copy.
I am complete with exercise, so you can start that team working in that direction. Go ahead, Stan.
All right, we'll get started with that then. Thank you. If we lose comm in this temporary attitude, please go to procedure 25.1.100. That's SM attitude maneuver. In step 1, you'll answer yes. And I have, there's a check MCC step down there, a few lines down. Your point width will be the point width secondary will be the minus X axis, that's number 6. Correction, minus Z axis, that's number 6. And Omicron is 315. How copy?
Okay, Stan, if we lose comm, and only if we lose comm, we will execute 25.1.100 SM attitude maneuver. Step 1, answer yes. Point with secondary negative Z, number 6, Omicron 315.
That's a great readback. So while we're in that attitude, you're looking for loss, caution warning, loss of ping, that's number 926, or if you get antenna cautions or warnings, go work that GNC procedure we just gave you. Then, if we still don't get comm back, you would work the comm messages.
Okay, if we get a loss of ping, I might give it 2 or 3 minutes, or do you want us to execute immediately after loss of ping?
2 or 3 minutes, please. Good idea.
Integrity copies off. We're on it.
On your screen, a few key players here in Mission Control Houston. Near the top of your screen, Flight Director Nicole McElroy, and to her right, Lead Flight Director for Artemis 1, Orbit 1, is Jeff Radigan. Down at the Capcom console, NASA astronaut Stan Love, and to his right, NASA astronaut Tracy Caldwell-Dyson. Those calls to the crew letting them know we are going to be maneuvering the spacecraft for OpComm monitoring. This is the optical communications, which allows laser communications to use infrared light to send data to and from space rather than the traditional radio waves. So this higher frequency will allow more data to be sent in a single transmission to Earth. They want to be able to maneuver the spacecraft to give a better line of sight for those lasers. Again, this is a test flight, so we want to make sure we can complete as many of these tests as possible. And the team letting the crew know that they may lose communication with Earth and the procedures that they can take to regain that if necessary. You can see some of those maneuvers happening right now. Again, targeting to sync up with OPCOM, the optical communications. This is a live view from the spacecraft, looking at the service module. This video coming from a camera mounted on the tip of Orion's solar array wing. There are 4 solar arrays. Each solar array could panel 2 3-bedroom homes.
Integrity maneuver and damping complete. We are go for crew exercise.
All right, we copy. Thanks, Dan.
Houston Integrity, Vector and I have completed the OIG activity.
Copy OIG, thank you.
As you heard, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen calling down to the ground. He and Victor Glover have completed their orthostatic intolerance garment demonstration.
Integrity Houston for OPCOM. We have a good optical communication link now. We're watching video from the SAW, but we don't see 4K video. We'd like you to please check the setup.
Confirmation that we are streaming video from this solar array camera through the OPCOM, or optical communication system. Again, those are those laser communications rather than the traditional radio waves. But again, we did hear from Jeremy Hansen that he and Victor Glover completed their orthostatic intolerance garment demonstration. Reed Wiseman and Christina Cook will get to conduct that later today. They're taking measurements and testing and evaluating that orthostatic intolerance garment. This is worn under the Orion Crew Survival System suit. That helps the astronauts maintain their blood pressure and circulation during the transition back to Earth's gravity. Again, we are expecting splashdown in 2 days, 4 hours, and 9 minutes.
Okay, Stan, I checked everything going into the camera. It looks good. I stopped and restarted the stream.
Roger, Victor. We're talking about batteries here. Just a second. And integrity for Victor. All right, thank you for checking the setup for that. We are receiving 4K data at the ground site. We're still working on decoding it in the control center.
As you can hear in the conversations with the teams on the ground, the astronauts are troubleshooting a 4K encoder within the spacecraft. We are streaming an exterior camera through this Opcom pass, but we're hoping to stream that 4K internal camera. They're working through some actions on the ground to troubleshoot why we might not be seeing it. Again, this mission is a test flight, and we are testing every system possible to help us prepare for future missions around the moon. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, at Johnson Space Center, with a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 21 hours, and 32 minutes. We are monitoring the flight of Orion. The astronauts woke up today at 10:35 a.m. Central Time, got into their post-sleep period, and then their daily planning conference. Since then, the crew has gotten into their activities for the day, including exercise, as well as conducting the OX suit, or Orion Crew Survival System suit, or the static intolerance garment test. That orthostatic intolerance garment applies lower body compression to counteract an effect that can make it difficult to stand up without some dizziness upon return to Earth. The crew members are taking turns conducting measurements on each other and then trying on those garments. The crew confirmed today that this is their last day that they will all be exercising. Currently, NASA astronaut Christina Cook has exercise on her timeline. Tomorrow will be full of preparations ahead of return to Earth. They'll be configuring the cabin and studying their re-entry preparations. Later this evening, they'll conduct the manual piloting demo. If you recall, we saw this happen a couple of days ago as well. This is the second part of that demonstration, where 2 other crew members will get a chance to manually fly Orion.
Integrity Houston for 4K. Integrity for 4K. We're still having trouble getting 4K data on the ground. We'd like you to check in 26.4.2902 that the IP address is set correctly on the web page. And correction, that's step 3.
Okay, checking step 3.
And integrity correction in step 3, that's the destination address.
give me the procedure number again.
And Ike, that's 26.4.2902, Step 3, we're looking for a destination address of 10.110.1.98.
Okay, Houston, yeah, I apologize for taking so long to get in sync with you. I was actually just looking to see where this procedure would have come up, and so I'm not finding it referenced in either the 4K downlink setup procedure or the 4K downlink test. So that's some feedback for you, or direct me to where I missed it. But now give me the procedure again, and then I'll call you when I'm ready to copy the IP address.
All right, Victor, thanks for that feedback on the procedures. We are just getting in that the ground station is seeing good, clear video from integrity. Now the problem is somewhere on the ground, and we'll sort it out from here. Thank you.
Okay, I'd still like to go check that setting and not do anything with it, but can I have that procedure?
Victor, it's 26.4.2902, 26.4.2902.
Okay, copy. Thank you for that. And I am going to look. I will not change anything, but I did not see a reference to this procedure in the previous two activities.
Roger. You should not have to get into this particular procedure for the setup. This is troubleshooting.
Okay, copy. That makes sense. Thank you for that. And just for your awareness, it is set up per the procedure.
Perfect. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. You heard the IVA, or Intravehicular Activity Officer, troubleshooting with the teams here on the ground why we might not be seeing the 4K video that is being routed. Got confirmation that one of the ground sites is able to receive that video, so teams here are troubleshooting why we might not be getting it in the room. Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft, NASA astronaut Christina Cook is in her exercise period. Later today, Christina Cook and Reed Wiseman will get into their opportunity to test the orthostatic intolerance garment. And Jeremy Hansen and Victor Glover will each take turns exercising. With a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 21 hours, and 46 minutes, this is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're looking at a visualization known as ARROW, Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. You can access this on your own at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis. Spacecraft is now 92,744 miles away from the moon. When the crew woke up this morning at 10:35 a.m. Central, we were 83,549 miles away from the moon, so almost 10,000 miles farther than we were just a few hours ago.
Terry Houston for the crew. We're going to private up OE2, and flight's going to give you a call here shortly.
Copy, we're switching.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. You did hear the team call up to the crew that they would have a privatized loop. This means they're allowed to have a private conversation with anyone here on the ground, specifically the flight director. It allows them to be transparent when asking or answering any questions, considering all of their other communications go out live.
Houston integrity on 1 with the 4K downlink setup. We're curious if we can deconfigure so that we can take some photos with the 35 millimeter lens.
Checking. And Victor, you can take charge of that camera.
This is Artemis Mission Control at a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 22 hours, and 1 minute into the flight of Artemis 2. As you can see, we've got some exercise happening on the spacecraft, judging by that movement. This is still slated to be Christina Cook's exercise portion of the day. And to avoid any damage to the solar arrays, because of this movement, they park them in a safe harbor or a safe configuration ahead of exercise. You heard some communications about the OPCOM demo, those laser communications that we are testing out to use infrared light instead of traditional radio waves. We weren't able to access that 4K video streaming here in Mission Control Houston, but we did get confirmation it was received elsewhere. Coming up next, Mission Specialist 2, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will get into his exercise. In contrast to the exercise we've seen so far today for Reed Wiseman and Christina Cook, Jeremy Hansen and Victor Glover will be conducting resistive exercise. The flywheel system allows for both resistive and aerobic. Reed Wiseman and Christina Cook will also conduct their orthostatic intolerance garment measurements and testing. They'll put on those garments and see how they fit. Again, this is due to something that astronauts experience after an extended time in microgravity. It's orthostatic intolerance, and that can make it tough to stand up without experiencing dizziness. So this garment applies some compression on the lower body to help counteract this effect and support a safe return.
Integrity Houston, if you can confirm that Christina is complete with her exercise, we will maneuver Integrity back to a nominal tail to sun attitude.
She has just stopped right this second.
All right, we'll start our 2-minute array damping counter and then maneuver you. And of course, when we get into our nominal maneuver, you...
Understood. Thanks, Dan.
Integrity Houston for Victor and repress acoustics.
Go.
Victor, it's in the procedure, but we really need to make sure when you start the acoustic monitor, please give us a time hack for the repress acoustic.
That's right. I forgot to call you. I already restarted. I will do it again and give you a hack. I restarted it about a minute ago.
Copy. Let us know.
Houston Integrity restarting the acoustic monitor for the repress recording in 3, 2, 1, hack. Recording started.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
You are welcome.
And Integrity, you're back in bias tail to sun.
Okay, copy that, Stan. Is the vehicle ready for
for me to start exercise?
We need a couple minutes, Jeremy.
Okay, just call when I can go.
We will do that. Integrity, Jeremy, you are go for exercise.
Okay, Stan, Jeremy is hopping on now, and I have placed a couple photos in a folder on PCD3 with the GMT date and window inspection for the team.
Copy, we will start getting those down ASAP.
Houston Integrity for exercise video.
Go ahead, Christina.
Hey, Stan, can you say again the instructions for making the LCD screen be off while you're recording video on the D5? We thought we heard you just press the live view button, but that seems to stop the recording as far as we can tell. My recording lasted for about 26 minutes, which was almost the entire duration, and then apparently stopped on its own. So we'd like to implement this for sure for Jeremy.
All right, Christina, that was Capcom's bad words there. Apologize. You will turn off the recording if you turn off live view while you're recording.
Its own. So we'd like to implement this for sure for Jeremy.
All right, Christina, that was Capcom's bad words there. Apologize. you will turn off the recording if you turn off live view while you're recording. The actual correct thing to do is to turn off live view in between recording sessions to give the camera a chance to cool down.
Understood. Thank you. We will do that. While I have you, I wanted to note that unfortunately I forgot to run the accelerometers during my exercise.
Copy. We appreciate the report.
Those communications from NASA astronaut Christina Cook down here to the ground. Now, we are just about 7 minutes away from our daily press conference here at NASA's Johnson Space Center. And if you're interested in watching, you don't have to go anywhere. This NASA YouTube stream will automatically switch over to the briefing at 4 p.m. Central. If you're interested in keeping up with astronaut communications, we do have a second stream on YouTube. You can check that out. Once the briefing is over, this will continue to be our primary stream for covering the mission.
Houston, integrity on 1 for CDR and MS1. The orthostatic measurements are complete. Moving to step 2.
Copy orthostatic. Thank you.
Houston integrity. I am done exercising, so we'll be transitioning to Victor, but it'll be a few minutes if there's anything you need to do. And then we'll have our hearing protection as required, but if you can give us a heads up before the pressure change, that'd be helpful.
And Jeremy, thanks for that. We aren't planning to do anything between the two exercise sections. We were just about to call you. We are inhibiting cabin leak detection for the cabin repress. Your depress edge key will still work, however. Glad to hear about the hearing protection, and we're putting the repress in work shortly.
Okay, thanks, Tim.
And integrity, we expect the first gas introduction in about 5 minutes.
Copy, Stan.
integrity for repress.
Go ahead for repress.
Hey, it feels and sounds like you have started the repress. We're being good with hearing protection, but quite honestly, it's not necessary. It's very quiet in here, even with the repress going on, just for a crew report.
Reed, we haven't actually started the repress yet. Stand by. 3 more commands. It may get louder then.
Okay, maybe that's just a routine O2 introduction, but we are definitely pressurizing.
Okay. That is correct. We are doing a little O2 repress right now. We will give you a call before we send that last command.
Copy that, thanks.
Integrity Houston, we're sending that last command to begin the first repress.
Thanks for that heads up, Stan. All right, Stan, that's fantastic. First time we've heard anything out of the port side there, and it is not loud at all.
Good to know. Thank you, sir. And Integrity, read with your report that the repress is not loud. Hearing protection can be at your discretion.
We have already begun distressing.
I got a good laugh in the control center. Thank you, sir.
Houston, Integrity, OIG, Don, Endoff, and questionnaires are complete for CDR and MS1.
Copy. OIG complete. Thank you. Integrity Houston, flight's going to give you a call again on private Orion to Earth 2.
All right, switch it over. Hey, Stan, we're back up with you on 1.
Integrity entry burn plans are on board, slots 16 and 17.
Okay, we see 16 and 17, and we see 1 and 2 are empty, and that is awesome. And what about burn pads for RTC3 and also for entry?
Checking.
And sorry about that, Stan. We still got to do RTC2 and 3. We were asking about entry pads. We don't need the burn pads.
Read entry pads in at least a day.
Okay, thanks, Sam.
And Integrity for Read, an update. We expect entry burn plans with your execute package tomorrow morning.
Okay, great. That aligns a little more with what Flight said this morning in our private conference, so we appreciate that. Awesome.
Thanks for joining us following our daily press conference. We are live here in the Artemis Mission Control Room, and I'm joined by Seth Lambert, developer of Arrow, the Artemis real-time orbit website that we have all loved keeping track of. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. My pleasure.
So can you tell us about how Arrow works? How do you get that telemetry from Orion and then turn it into something that we can all access?
Yeah, absolutely. So Orion's thousands of sensors are downlinking telemetry to mission control here, and the Flight Operations Directorate takes that data, pulls out a subset of it, and passes it along to me. Arrow ingests it as text, and then goes through a parsing algorithm, evaluates that everything is looking good, and then applies the vehicle data like position, velocity, orientation to a 3D model of Orion, and then it takes the time data and passes that to the astronomy calculator, and that's how we get the position of the moon and sun relative to Earth, so that we have Orion in the context of the mission as a whole and accurate lighting.
An astronomy calculator. That is so interesting. Well, longtime fans of Artemis will remember that we also had Arrow for Artemis 1. So can you tell me what has changed since then?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of the telemetry parameters have changed nominally. There's also new components to this flight. There was ICPS and the RPO maneuver, but there's also a lot of work that went into updating the graphics for Arrow this time around, as well as adding in the mobile app.
Well, I remember when Arrow started as an intern project of yours, and your background is in game development. That's that right? How did you end up at NASA, and how do your game development skills contribute to this?
Yeah, absolutely. I started as an intern while I was getting my education in game development. I kind of just fell into it. I never anticipated that I'd end up at NASA. I started developing a educational kiosk app, and when the opportunity to make Arrow came up, I jumped on it. Turns out there's a lot of overlap in the mathematics.
The flywheel team, this is a great device. We really enjoyed it in this small cabin. It's perfect, and it gave us a lot of good opportunity to get our heart rate up and also get some great resistance exercise. So we just wanted to shout out a nice thank you. Here we go. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for the words and the cheers.
That was Commander Reed Wiseman calling down that they have finished exercise for the mission, and that's worth celebrating. So sorry to interrupt you, but please tell us more about your background and how that helped you build Arrow.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap between the mathematics that go into 3D game development and tracking a spacecraft. Actually, they're two of the only industries that use the math concept called quaternions, which is an extension of the complex numbers into 4 dimensions to track rotations in space.
Wow, that's fascinating. And I love having you here because that's a different background than a lot of people realize that we need at NASA. So I really appreciate that. But the public has really enjoyed keeping up with Arrow. What has been your favorite part of the mission so far?
I think my favorite part has been seeing the reaction online to Arrow and seeing it be a spark that people latch onto, and it gets them curious and asking questions and engaging in discussion online with each other about this mission and about what they're seeing through Arrow. And it's been really wonderful to see so many people excited to learn, excited to follow the mission, and feel like they're a part of it through Arrow.
That's so cool. Well, we're showing Arrow right now here on the broadcast. And my last question is, besides the broadcast, where can people keep up with Arrow?
During the mission, Arrow is available online at www.nasa.gov/trackartemis and on the front page of the NASA mobile app.
Very cool. Well, Seth Lambert, developer of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, I'm so happy that we got to have you here. We have shown Arrow so many times during the mission, and it just makes perfect sense that we would get to talk to you today. So thank you again.
Absolutely. Thank you.
one note.
Go ahead.
Hey, we called down a couple days ago about our contingency LIO, either the LIO canisters or the bubble wrap expanding in the deep rest. Well, everything is back to the right size now, and it all fits back in its stowage area, so that's great news.
Copy. Bubble wrap nominal. Thank you.
That call from Commander Reed Wiseman down to the ground, keeping us updated on the cabin pressurization. During today's press conference, the crew aboard Orion was instructed to don their hearing protection for cabin repressurization. The cabin pressure at that time was 10.48, and we are now up to 12.73. Additionally, we are tracking a shift to our crew news conference tonight that is now targeted for 9:45 p.m. Central Time, 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time. This is Artemis Mission Control with a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 23 hours, and 40 minutes into the flight of Orion for the Artemis 2 mission. Currently, the spacecraft is 187,694 miles away from Earth. As you can see, that little crescent Earth is even bigger than we saw it this morning. We've recently heard the crew call down that they are complete with exercise, and that wraps up exercise for them for the entire mission. Tomorrow, they will be busy configuring the spacecraft and reviewing their entry procedures. During the briefing, we also heard the crew call down that all of 4 crew members had completed their orthostatic intolerance garment testing. All crew members took turns testing and evaluating that orthostatic intolerance garment that's worn under the Orion Crew Survival System suit, or OX suit, and that helps the astronauts maintain blood pressure and circulation during the transition back to Earth's gravity. That garment is used to apply lower body compression. With those activities complete, the crew members are starting to move into their midday meal period. So on the menu for lunch on flight day 8, we have beef stew, smoked turkey, cauliflower and cheese, tropical fruit salad, chocolate pudding cake, chicken noodle soup, roasted turkey, fish with mango salsa, braised red cabbage, pasta with shrimp, beef steak, potatoes, and the cosmic brownie. Coming up, Reed Wiseman and Christina Cook are also scheduled to conduct some National Geographic interviews. Through a competitive selection process, NASA selected National Geographic to help tell the story of Artemis 2. The crew is equipped with multiple GoPros, both Max and Hero 11, and every day they are timelined to film from a shot list provided by National Geographic. That includes their morning routine, talking with their families, exercising, and other thoughts on the mission. In about an hour, we also expect to have a public affairs event with the Canadian Space Agency.
clear to Houston for Victor and the extra accelerometer task we discussed at morning DPC. Hey Victor, just for data correlation on the ground, when you do that 5-minute accelerometer test, please give us a call at the beginning and the end of that 5 minutes.
Will do, and if you want, I can put that in work now.
Victor, we'd love to take that now. Thank you.
Okay, Houston, the accelerometers are coming on in 3, 2, 1, hack. Accelerometers on, 5-minute timer started.
Copy, on for 5 minutes. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. A mission elapsed time of 6 days, 23 hours, and 52 minutes. Meaning this time last week we had resumed that 10-minute hold and we were in countdown for liftoff of Orion on the Space Launch System rocket. Currently, Orion is 187,283 miles from Earth and continuing to grow closer. This view coming from a camera mounted on one of its solar arrays, looking toward us on Earth.
Houston shutting down the accelerometers in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, off.
Copy, accelerometers off. Thank you, sir. Integrity Houston for timeline look ahead.
Go ahead, Houston.
All right, one more timeline delta with the addition of the leak test for prop. The afternoon news conference, that's your PAO event currently at about MET 3 hours 10, is going to move about an hour to the right. So we'll come up AOS on Madrid. We'll spend about 30 minutes doing prop stuff with you, and then give you 30 minutes to set up the cameras and so forth and start the PAO event after that.
Okay, sounds great.
That's Capcom Stan Love in Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, speaking with the crew. Again, our public affairs event this evening will now begin at 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time, 9:45 p.m. Central Time.
Integrity Houston, no action on the enabled caution. That's part of our cabin repress. It should clear on its own soon.
Copy. Thanks, Dan.
NASA astronaut and capsule communicator Stan Love calling to the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. They received a caution about their cabin pressure. However, it will clear out on its own after the oxygen levels out inside the cabin. We are currently repressurizing Orion. There was a demonstration flight test objective to have the cabin pressure at 10.2 psi. That repressurization has been going on for about an hour and a half now, and the pressure is currently at 13.27. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 7 days and 6 minutes, meaning it has officially been a week since Orion launched to fly around the moon and come back home to Earth, targeting that splashdown in 2 days, 1 hour, 25 minutes in the Pacific Ocean. We do expect to see the crew and hear from them shortly during the Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs event. That'll be in about 40 minutes. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. You are looking at a live view of the Orion spacecraft and our home planet, Earth. Earth will continue to grow in the frame as we are targeting splashdown now in 2 days, 1 hour, and 16 minutes. The crew is currently enjoying their midday meal, and we expect to see and hear from them in about 30 minutes for the Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs event. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, and you are looking at a live view of the Orion spacecraft and a live view of Earth. Now today we were expecting to do a dock cam demo and a manual piloting demo, but early in the mission the team observed a pressure increase in the oxygen manifold of the service module's propulsion system. They isolated a branch of that oxygen pressurization system, and when that was isolated, the oxygen tank pressure increase halted and those pressures steadied out. So since then, teams have been discussing that configuration, and that was flight day 2. They've developed a test plan to further understand the aux pressures when branch 1 is available for pressure control. They ran that test plan through simulations today, and the team is ready to execute that test this evening. Of course, we do have limited time remaining in the mission, and we want to execute this test while the crew is awake so they could back up any commands from mission control. Both the initially planned docking camera demo and manual piloting demo would change the spacecraft attitude and use that prop system. So in order to provide a steady environment for evaluating the test data, mission management approved canceling both of those demos this evening. Of course, we have gotten several checkouts with the docking camera already, as well as we did complete some manual piloting both during the manual piloting demo earlier this week, as well as during the proximity operations demonstration after launch. Also, to provide time to get that test started, we moved the crew news conference by 1 hour, and it's now starting at 9:45 p.m. Central Time.
Integrity Houston, Jeremy, we see you on camera. And Jeremy, we see your mouth moving with the handheld mic, but are not receiving audio. And below that, we have you on Building 8 audio. Wilco.
A look inside the Orion spacecraft right now at Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. He will be conducting a Canadian Space Agency public affairs event coming up. This is Hansen's first flight to space. Meanwhile, his crewmates, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, are in their midday meal period. In the background of just behind Jeremy Hansen, you can see the RISE zero gravity indicator. RISE took over the NASA Artemis social media accounts today, so if you're looking for more content on him, you can check them out at NASA Artemis. Now in frame behind Jeremy Hansen is pilot of the Artemis II mission, NASA astronaut Victor Glover. Floating into frame for a moment there, Commander Reed Wiseman. Again, the
Houston integrity for images for downlink.
Go ahead, Reed.
Hey, Stan, I put a single photo in a folder entitled For Matthew Dominic to share with CB on PCD1. If you could get that picture to him, I'd appreciate it.
We will get that crucial piece of imagery to Matthew Dominic.
Okay, excellent. I was trying to reduce the size of it on Goldstone, and it kept corrupting, so hopefully that file itself is not corrupted. It's the NEF. Sorry, it's a little bit larger.
Roger, we'll take a look.
That was NASA astronaut and Artemis 2 Commander Reed Wiseman calling down about something they are sending to their friend, fellow NASA astronaut Matt Dominic. Meanwhile, we are standing by for the start of the Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs event. We expect that to start in about 13 minutes. If you look closely, floating in the background are a pair of solar eclipse glasses. During the crew's lunar flyby on flight day 6, they were the first humans to witness a solar eclipse from the moon. Now, this solar eclipse was not visible from Earth. It was only visible to the crew when the moon passed in front of the sun. They were able to put on those eclipse glasses until the moment of totality, during which they were even able to see the corona of the sun around the moon. There are some incredible photos available from that portion of the lunar flyby during the time they were in the solar eclipse, as well as the rest of the flyby. Some beautiful photos of the moon. You can find those on images.nasa.gov or on NASA's social media. There's even a selfie of everyone in those eclipse glasses. This is Mission Control Houston, specifically the Artemis Flight Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. A mission elapsed time of 7 days, 39 minutes. We are on flight day 8, and as earlier reported, we were anticipating the manual piloting demo, the second half of that, and the docking camera demo this evening. Those have been canceled. They are going to conduct a prop pressurization test. Our public affairs event is also being shifted. That will start at 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time, 9:45 p.m. Central. We are also just moments away from a Canadian Space Agency public affairs event. As you can see, astronaut Jeremy Hansen there, center of your screen, getting set up. That event will start in 5 minutes. So far today, the crew aboard the spacecraft did a test with their orthostatic intolerance garments. These are essentially a compression garment worn on the lower half of the body and can help reacclimate the astronauts ahead of their return to Earth. They also got in their last exercise before return. Tomorrow will be a very busy day with cabin configuration and studying their entry procedures.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, this is Integrity. We sure are.
Canadian Space Agency, this is Jenny from Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Jenny, hello and thank you. Integrity, this is Josh Kutrick at the Canadian Space Agency in St. Hubert. How do you hear us? He hears us.
We got you loud and clear, Josh. Great to hear your voice. We got Jenny and Capcom, and it's great to have you on board Integrity. Thanks for joining.
Thank you, guys. We're good? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jeremy, and to your crew aboard, we have a very special guest tonight who would like to say a few words to you. And so, c'est avec grand plaisir que je passe la parole au très honorable Mark Carney, Premier Ministre du Canada.
Merci beaucoup, Joshua, et tout d'abord, Jeremy, je veux commencer en français parce que tous les Canadiens et Canadiennes sont tellement fiers de vous pour bien des raisons, mais c'était incroyable de vous entendre.
Premièrement, c'est un honneur pour nous d'avoir le Premier ministre à bord le vaisseau Integrity. Alors, merci beaucoup pour ça. Et pour moi, c'est juste important de communiquer que je suis tellement fier du Canada. C'est le Canada qui a fait le travail de créer cette opportunité d'être ici dans l'espace lointain. Alors, Canada, je suis aussi fier de vous. Also, why don't I pass the word or the mic around a little bit? I think my colleagues would love to say a couple words, and they know a lot about collaboration. You can see we got our flags here together. We're better together, and I'll pass the mic.
Greetings, Prime Minister Carney. I just wanted to say thank you for the amazing hospitality, and we look forward to sharing all of the discoveries and pictures and experiences with the people of Canada when we get back. And I think I'll just say one word about teamwork is willingness. Willingness is a huge ingredient in a successful team.
I'll just add that I flew to the International Space Station in 2014, and before we go up there, we have to go to Montreal to the Canadian Space Agency and do training up there. And it was amazing. In just 1 week of my robotics training up there, I have lifelong friends from Canada, and I am honored to serve alongside Jeremy, Josh, and Jenny, truly the finest astronauts I have ever met.
I completely agree. I love my crewmates' words. I think we're so in agreement on this. And really, the answer to your question in so many ways, we are an example, I hope, of that collaboration, about how when you go together, when you bring in partners and contributors that are all excited about the same mission but have different talents, how how you can go so much farther. It may be more complicated, but I think what we've shown time and time again, both in the International Space Station and with this vehicle and this mission, is that the impacts are just so much greater and they're compounded.
Absolutely, sir. I can send Christina to get the SERP right away, but we definitely have it on board. It can make another guest appearance. She'll bring it over. While I have the mic for a second. All right, over to you. Well, I'll start with the wake-up song, and maybe I'll get it from the crew. But my family suggested the one this morning, Under Pressure, and so that's been my favorite so far. How about I go around? Then I'll wrap up this question.
My wife actually replaced one of my songs with a song, Mandisa, Good Morning, and it's just a very pleasant. It was actually really pleasant to wake up to, and so I give her a shout out, and that was my favorite one.
And I won't quite take responsibility for Pink Pony Club, although it probably is my responsibility. But Tokyo Drifting is a song that my daughters and I listen to every year when we go on our annual vacation to Florida. And so that one meant the most to me.
Yeah, the wake-up songs have been absolute perfection. However, they did cut off Pink Pony Club before the chorus, so I really was just singing it all day after that. My song was Sleepyhead because it was after a 4-hour nap after being awake for I'm not sure how long, but many, 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 many hours, and I knew that we would need a little backup on that.
All right, and my second favorite song will be on landing day, but I'll let you wait to see what that one is. I think it's appropriate for the day. The one more thing you asked about risk, and we do think risk is necessary, but calculated risk, well thought out risk, and risk that you balance with others. And so for youth that are making those decisions, do it in collaboration with others. People will point out when you're out over your skis, and so you have to be smart about how you take risks. But as a country, we have to be willing to have some failures. And we fail in this space program, but we assure ourselves we're not going to stay or rest in those failures. We're going to push through them. And so as you've been leading our country, we know we have to do some things. We have some work to do. We have to be willing to have some failures and be okay with that, but ultimately knowing that we're just going to persist and win in the final calculation. Before you leave us, Prime Minister, I did want to show you this. We have this on board flying, and when we get back, we'd love to make sure this gets to you. So I wrote your name on the back, well, your title on the back, make sure that it gets to you. Over to you. We love it. We love it, sir. That's great.
Does that change your...
I think it's an excellent question, and the answer for me, messy. I think it's an excellent question, and for me personally, it hasn't changed my perspective at all. I've seen some amazing things. The viewpoints and the perspective. I've seen new perspectives, but my perspective on humanity and our place on planet Earth has not changed because I launched with the perspective that I think there is enough for all. The purpose of humanity is joy and lifting one another up, creating together versus destroying. And that's how I launched. And I launched with the expectations. We often say in this crew, we don't want to set expectations, but I launched with the expectation that I would see the proof of it with my own eyes, and I definitely have. And I think that's really reassuring. And I'm glad, we're all glad. We've been just receiving some touching messages up here. Yours was very heartfelt. We felt it up here. And we're glad that we can remind people that we can do better as a human race by lifting one another up and collaborating. Alors, merci pour la question. C'est vraiment important pour nous à penser des choses comme ça.
That was the best.
That's another deep question, and I've been to your school. I remember it well. I had a great experience there. I have to release my colleagues back to work because there's no rest up here. There's always a lot to do. So I'm going to send them off, and then I'm going to answer your question. Thanks for joining me. Appreciate it.
I hope we get to visit.
Victor says he hopes he gets to visit your school as well. And like I was saying to Minister Joly, my perspective hasn't expressly changed, but I do think it's important to reinforce that, well, what I have seen up here has reinforced my perspective. We live on this extraordinary planet Earth, and it is truly out in the void of space. It was really unique to see it from the far side of the moon, to look through the moon and see this three-dimensional moon out in front of you, and like just so oddly, this enormous sphere hanging in space, and we were on the far side of it looking back and seeing planet Earth, and then watching planet Earth disappear. We saw the Earth set behind the moon, and then we waited a little while, we lost contact with Earth, and then to see the Earth rise again and to be able to talk to Jenny back in Mission Control, that is an amazing perspective, and it's something we already know from science, but to see it with your own eyes, wow, seeing is believing. Oh, I love that question. Yeah, I've had many Indigenous elders spend time with me on my travels across the country, and I've always enjoyed it. If I can give you one piece of advice, sit with your elders and ask questions, but listen intently. Every time I've stopped to listen, I learn these amazing things. You've probably seen my mission patch. I have it with me here. I flew with it on my kneeboard, actually. Let me make sure I got it upside right. You've probably seen this. This encompasses a few of the things that I learned from the elders. But when I left the Vision Quest, I had a better understanding of it. And these animals in our patch, in this patch that was created by Anishinaabe artist Henry Guimont from the Turtle Lodge, these animals represent some things that I try to think about every day. My mantra when I wake up is I am just going to try to spend my day walking with these attributes. And so I start with courage, humility, respect, love, honesty, wisdom, and truth. And my crewmates here, and one of the instructors that we went on a backpacking expedition with, taught us something about being in integrity. It's actually one of the reasons we named our spacecraft Integrity, is because as humans, you are not always in integrity. Sometimes you are in your integrity and sometimes you fall short, but you should strive to be in integrity. And so for me, being in integrity is walking in accordance with these 7 sacred laws. And it's just something that helps me guide me through life. Over to you. Hopefully you can still hear me, but humans are always pushing the boundaries, always inventing.
I hear this. I'm going to repeat the question. It was with AI robots.
Yes, I heard the question the first time. Maybe my comm's not getting down. It's interesting to think about. Hopefully you're hearing this. Just interrupt me if you're not. We keep pushing the boundaries of innovation, and there's new technology, and that's great. We can leverage it for our advantages. We can also use it to do harm, and so we just have to strive to keep pushing innovation in ways that helps us collectively live better together. How do missions like Artemis help us? Well, one of the things I love about space exploration is we set really big goals, hard goals, like sending 4 humans out around the moon. And we have more goals. We're not stopping here. If you think this is neat, it's going to get really exciting in the next number of years. We plan to get back to the surface of the moon. We plan to create a permanent base there on the moon and eventually get to Mars. But what is awesome about when we set these big goals is it puts a focus point on actually getting it done. When you know, it's easy to dream about things and create innovations, but when you actually are going to bet your life on something and go out and do it, it really helps bring that innovation cycle all the way around, from original thought to scientific understanding to actually development and testing to actually doing. And doing is important. And we in the Artemis program are doing as an international collaboration and flexing one of the most important muscles we have, which is learning how to work better together. Over to you, Josh.
Merci tout le monde. Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
Thank you, Josh. The crew says thank you.
Integrity.
We're live in Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas at Johnson Space Center. You just watched Jeremy Hansen speaking with members of the Canadian Space Agency and Prime Minister, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick.
Integrity for onboard camera.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Just curious if you guys want to stay on board. I know we've got the other PAO event later. maybe we could just stay on the D5. I don't know if that TS rate of 1300 is too much. I'm not sure if we can lower it, but either way, we're happy to have you on board with this camera, ideally, or we can switch over to the HHP.
We're checking. Jeremy, we'll stay with you on the D5 for another 14 minutes, and we have a day rate change, and we'll have to drop it.
Okay, Stan. I'll turn the audio off and then bring it back on board.
Good plan, sir. And we loved your PAO event.
Thanks, Stan. Appreciate that.
You're looking at a live view inside the Orion spacecraft. That is NASA astronaut Christina Cook. The Orion spacecraft is now 99,427 miles away from the moon, 184,498 miles away from Earth. Obviously, you can keep up with that at any time at nasa.gov/track Artemis. Inside the cabin, the crew members are finishing up their midday meal. And again, a reminder, our news conference with the crew members will happen at 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time tonight.
Integrity Houston for timeline, 2 items.
We're with you.
All right, first, since we are not doing the docking cam bearing objective anymore, you can wait on docking cam install until just before bedtime, so we don't need it early anymore. Next, the Flight Director Conference coming up here in a minute or two is going to be on Open Around Earth to discuss the valve leak characterization.
And one clarifying question with the docking cam, it sounded like you were just giving us that full length, but if we did want to take it down sooner, that's also okay.
And Christina, sorry, bad words. All we really mean is plug it in sometime before bed. We understand it's already installed.
And I messed that up too. Yep, we are talking about the power. That's the commodity here, and sounds like we can do it whenever. Appreciate it.
Good words.
Integrity Houston, Orion to Earth 1 for conference.
Hey, we're with you, Jeff. Go ahead.
Okay. Hey, guys, we're going to talk through the steps that we're going to do in the prop characterization. The overall big picture, what we're trying to do is really understand whether we have a leak on aux branch 1, and if we do, exactly what that leak rate is. So the first thing we're going to do is get all of our caution warning and our fitter back in the right configuration to be able to do a flush on that aux branch. We're going to do that from the ground, and you guys will be able to see that on the prop ohms plus X display. And so after we do that, we're going to be left in the configuration with the latch valve open, and of course there's 2 solenoid valves which are not on your display, they're still closed, and those are the ones that we're going to see if there's leakage across. So we're checking for leakage from the helium tank into that aux tank that's downstream, and that's what we're trying to see. Okay, a couple of criteria that we have for stopping this test. If we see the fitter kick off, actually detect the leak again, of course it'll close the latch valve, and that will terminate this test with no action from either you guys or us. The other things we're looking for are if we get a pressure in the aux tank upwards of 274 psia, then we're going to command the latch valve closed. I don't expect that the ground or the crew would need to do this. We do expect the fitter to take action first, but we want to make sure that if for some reason we have a leak that's bigger than we expect, that we close that latch valve before we get to the 274 psi in the tank. Let's see, integrity, we've got 30 seconds to a data rate change, and then we'll see you on the other side.
We copy all that. Let me just read a little bit back to you. Fitter should be able to shut us down. We are going to keep the SMRCS prop.SMRCS up. We just like that page a little more for the phase of flight we're in. If you want us to go back to OMC plus X, we can. And the valve in particular we're talking about is the aux helium isolation valve, top stop 3 on that page. That's the only insight we have because we don't have the PCA. And that's string 1. And anytime we see it get above 270.
We are in a brief handover with the crew, and we'll regain that communications shortly. Flight Director Jeff Radigan calling up some of the instructions and things they want the crew to monitor during tonight's prop pressurization test. Here in Artemis Mission Control, the Orbit 1 team is on console, but the Orbit 2 team is filtering in the room and getting through their handover procedures.
PSIA, and the fitter has not worked, and ground commanding has not worked, or we're LOS, we will command tab stop 3 to close. PSIA, and the fitter has not worked, and ground commanding has not worked, or we're LOS, we will command tab stop 3 to close.
com check.
Integrity Houston, back with you after the data rate change handover.
We got you, Jeff. Did you hear our response or not?
Let's see. We copied you talking about what we would take action on, the helium isolation valve, tab stop number 3, and closing that. And you gave us a summary that we expect the fitter to actuate first, and if it doesn't, then either the ground or you guys will take action. Ideally, we would command from the ground first, but of course, if we're LOS unexpectedly, then you guys will take action to close that valve to isolate aux branch 1.
Yep, that all sounds absolutely perfect. We will leave you all as prime for this, prime for commanding, prime for the test. We'll just monitor as you all go. And then if we're LOS and I try to close auxilium isol 1 and the valve for some reason is not commandable, I would just assume my next step would be secure prop for SMRCS.
Yeah, and read negative, that's actually not going to solve the issue if we do that. If for some reason this latching valve is unsuccessful, our next step is going to be having to go down the route of actuating the pyro valve and ensuring that we have a physical isolation on this branch 1. I will tell you, we don't expect to get to that, but part of the reason we're ensuring that we're doing this with COM, with the vehicle, is that multi-failure case.
Okay, awesome. We see that pyro valve. I know we won't get to that point, but we see it on SMP and T, so just good to know that that is there. But I know, don't worry, we're not going to go anywhere near that.
Copy. We appreciate that. That's all I had for you. We are going into an hour-long forward LOS here, and then we'll pick up with the prop actions on the other side, and then we'll get you guys to your PAO event. But happy to take any other questions you guys have.
All right, Jeff, that all sounds great. We have no questions on that, and if we're going to wrap, Jeremy is going to call Stan with a generic question.
Integrity Capcom's ready for your question.
Okay, Stan, I'm just looking ahead at the eclipse wall closeout panel activity, which is flexible. I'd like to step into it soon. I'm looking at the fastener you've chosen in the procedure, and that is definitely not the most convenient one. I can do that one if required, but going up that same row of fasteners, 3 fasteners higher, so second from the top, fourth from the, I guess third from the bottom, fourth from the bottom would be easier.
Jeremy, copy, we're checking. All right, Jeremy.
Stan, actually, maybe one go back. As I read further while I'm waiting for you, I see that it is the highest loaded fastener on panel 6. So we don't want to miss the opportunity to demonstrate that we can get the highest loaded fastener out. So I'm fine. It is accessible. It was just not as convenient.
Jeremy, to channel JFK, we picked that fastener not because it was easy, but because it was hard.
Oh, now you're talking to us. Okay, it will be fastener A.
Thanks, Jeremy.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas, and the team here on the ground communicating with the crew some actions they want them to be aware of during tonight's prop demonstration or prop pressurization test. Artemis 2 is now 183,952 miles away from that planet you see on screen, which is our home, Earth. Scheduled for a splashdown in 1 day, 23 hours, and 59 minutes.
Integrity Houston, cabin repress is complete, 14-7, and we'll stay that way for the rest of the mission.
Stan, we definitely appreciate that, and you should probably just carry a note forward for future Artemis missions. If you do a large repress like that, there are certain things, such as CCUs, that collapse pretty significantly during that, no damage, but there are some things we probably would want to vent along the way as we come back in pressure.
Received loud and clear, Reed. We'll take that note.
That was Commander Reed Wiseman calling down to the ground. We did conduct the cabin repressurization today. The cabin pressure was kept at 10.2 psi for an extended period of time as part of a test aboard the spacecraft, as this is a test flight. The first flight of humans aboard Orion. Everything we learn is helping us prepare for future missions. This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams are now handing over. I'm Leah Cheshire Mustachio. This might be my final shift, but if you're new to following NASA, I want to say welcome. There are monumental things to come, and we're so excited you are here for the journey. It's been the honor of a lifetime to help share this mission with you, to help share this incredible crew and the teams that make it all possible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you carry this wonder with you. Our 24/7 coverage continues with my friend Anna Schneider, and we'll be live all the way through the astronauts' splashdown and recovery in the Pacific Ocean on Friday, April 10th, so don't go anywhere. Thank you.
And Integrity Houston on 1, we're about a minute out from our hour-long forward link LOS. During that time, there's about an 11-minute return link LOS. Except for those 11 minutes, we'll be watching and listening, but can't call back.
Okay, Stan, anything that we see, we'll call in the blind. Otherwise, have a great little break.
Thank you, sir. Take care.